Hello. Okay, now I can speak. Let's see. Yeah, so we're doing. Hello. We are doing some editor stuff today, continuing on yesterday, where we started to make some quality of life additions to the editor. Right now I'm working on the sort of improving the drag state, like you have if you want to like resize a thing or move, and we want to keep track of the original position and scale so that we can correctly calculate the new position and scale based on that. So I'm just changing this a little bit, how this works here. And let's see, we have this drag start point. So before you just had one thing, or basically two different things, like drag start point and payload if you had something you dragged in from outside, like creating a new thing, or no, yeah, but that was it. Or drag start point, which is just, yeah, but it's not really sufficient in actually calculating smoothly like the new position and stuff. So what I want to do is I want to have well, the start point makes sense in this context though, but here, for example, so here's like when we start actual dragging here, and well, actually no, this is not when we start it, this is the ongoing update, this is like the ongoing thing. I don't think we really have a way to just set the starting point, or no, we have to have one. Yeah, we're getting the start point right. So if we have one, where do we decide to set the drag start point? Here. Okay. Right. Oh. It should also be somewhere else. No? Okay. This is now drag state instead. We need to add more information here, so we need to do the start point is this, but then we also need entity target, and the entity is the entity. Let's see. Wait. Yeah. Let's just have like entity is a pointer to that. Yeah. And then we have like start position and start scale. So we keep track of that because we can use that to calculate the new position and the new scale based on what, if we want to resize or if we want to move. At least that's the idea. And the payload, we don't have a payload at this point. Okay. Now I have to fix the payload thing as well. Drag payload. I mean, we could say drag payload, get drag payload is, we could update this function though. So this would be like drag state. This would have to be like a nullable, right? How is this a oh? Or optional? I think it's because we wanted to set it as well. I think it makes more sense if we have a set function instead, and we set it to something. Payload. And but that means that we need to set the drag state as well. So this if we have a payload, well, if we have a payload, we want to set the state, otherwise we set the state to null. Here we have like the payload is this. Yeah, and the start point, I mean, I guess we don't really have a start point in that case. I guess the payload is kind of different. It's kind of like outside of this, maybe. Actually, yeah. So it probably, maybe this is like a union enum then instead. Yeah. Yeah, that makes more sense. It's a union enum. And then this is like, it can be optional there. Okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And now this one is drag state or else return null. So now this is a drag state. And then we check on the type of drag state. If it's a payload, then we return that payload, except this needs to be like a pointer actually. This doesn't need to be a pointer. There we go. Yeah. Otherwise, we have this entity target thing, and we just return null. There we go. Can also do like this if we want. All right. And then for set, yeah, this should be same thing here. Okay, now we can go back here, get drag payload. Right, so now this is the payload, or else return instead. And here, instead of doing this, we do scene document set drag payload to null. Okay. All right. Now here we probably need a drag state instead. which we will import. Okay, let's see. Drag state, yes. Yeah. So let's see. Well, let's complete the chain here first. Drag state. Get drag state. And basically also well, okay, this is a bit different. We would like the drag state, but we would like this thing instead. I'm gonna move this into its own type, which is like drag entity state. Hob. Okay. Yeah. Because this can be like either or, so I'm gonna say drag entity state. I need that. And then we want to have get drag state. No, that's in here. We're also gonna say set get drag entity state. Set drag entity state. And first we'll have a drag state. And we switch on drag state. If it's empty target, we will return that. Otherwise, it's a what was it? Payload. We return null. And if we set it, then we set the drag state. Well, okay, if we don't have it, we set drag state to null. Otherwise, we will set it to this. There we go. Okay, so now we can work with that. Where are we? So this would be entity now instead. Yeah, that should still be work fine. Set drag state null. Let's say entity just to make it work more with the convention, or yeah, just semantically more correct. Drag entity state dot start point. Oops. All right. And apply drag action. So now this, well, this is entity now, entity state. Let's change that. Okay, but in theory now we have more information, so we can, because the problem was that when we move things around or rescale, we need to keep track of the original position and scale. That makes it way easier to calculate. So we have like the delta position of the mouse, like from where you started the drag and where the mouse is now. And then we have the original position as well of the entity. And so the new position, we just have to calculate the delta position which is gonna be like drag entity state start point. Well, it's gonna be mouse position, the current position minus that. And yeah, and then the new position, which is this here, new position. If the left shift is down, we just take the straight up delta position plus original position. Which is drag entity state. And then entity, wait. What was it called? Oh, start point. This is like, okay, maybe this should be called like start drag point or something. It's kind of ambiguous. Start position, start point. I'm gonna, whatever. Well, no. Start drag point, or drag start point, maybe drag start point, and then start position is the. So let's replace start point with drag start point. Yes, 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 yes. Okay. Let's see. Right, so this would be delta position plus this start position. So let's put this in like precision position, I don't know. And then we also have what the other one would be like grid position, which is this whole thing here. And then the new position is based on if the left shift is down, we do the precision position, otherwise we do the grid position, the grid snap, I guess. Grid snap position. And that's the new position there. Okay. So now we use the now we're using the original start position of the entity, which will make this way more, you know, when you drag something, it won't like immediately, it won't like follow the mouse in the same way. It will like stay in the place where it was, but then when you move the mouse, it's gonna also shift the same amount that the mouse is. Yeah, I don't know if I'm explaining as good here, but okay, but then we have grid snap position. Now this is also wrong here. I'm gonna use the precision position instead of the mouse position there. There we go. Okay, and now we can already see if this will work. So let's see what the other compilation errors we have to deal with. 736. This is, oh, drag entity state is undefined. I'm sure if we actually have this now. Okay, we can remove that. Drag store point. Seven, 4, 4. This is drag entity state. Cannot dereference get drag point. Ah, yeah. So should be this now instead. .297. Same thing here. If it's null, we set it. Sure. Well, we need to use the set method now instead. .326. Okay, same thing here. Although this one is interesting, get payload. If it's not, so if we have a payload, okay, yeah. Because sometimes when I go back to like old code, I'm like, wait, you can do this in another better way sometimes. So I can see there, like, especially when you're sort of comparing to null and doing stuff like that. I would rather use like or else and stuff like that instead. But for this one, it's like, okay, fine. I don't immediately see an improvement. Void. Wait. Oh, right. So we have to return. There we go. Because otherwise, okay. So interesting. Well, okay, yeah. If you don't return, then it's gonna assume that you're trying to make this into like a value that's gonna be in drag entity state. So you have, but if you return, it doesn't do that. Okay. Hello. Sorry, I can't pronounce your name. Chalet. How are you? I'm doing good, thanks. How are you? 650. Let's see. Charles. Okay. Nice. What are you up to this fine day? Or it's sunny here right now. It's actually quite nice outside. Let's see. No field name. This. Okay. Drag start point. Oh yeah, so this would be like a set entity step. There we go. And right, there we go. Oh, is it already done? I'm trying to reprogram an Arduino without a bootloader. Huh. Are you trying to make your own reprogrammer? That seems, I don't know, that seems like a daunting task. At least to me. I had a Arduino, good morning, Macon. How's it going? Thing, but I think I just... No, I had one of the big ones that you could just put, connect with a USB. No, it's just I corrupted mine. It turns out they don't like that. Okay. One second here. But I thought that the only thing you need was like, I don't know, maybe it's a different one. But I was using like Arduino, some sort of like studio program or whatever. You put your C files or whatever it is, and it could connect with it like a USB or something, and you need a USB, but I broke the bootloader in the programmer. Right. Oh. So the device that is used for reprogramming the Arduino. Okay. Whoa. So you're trying to restore the programmer. How did you corrupt it? Oops. Okay, so now if we move, no, it's still snapping. Okay, if I do this, okay, that works a lot better. Like before, it would kind of snap to like the center of the mouse. Now it's like, you know, following. But if I do this, it's still sort of, well, I guess it's because it's snapping. Yeah, it's kind of off-centered, like if I do it up here. Yeah, it's because of the snapping, I think. Or the like the calculation of the grid position is kind of off. But now it works a lot better. And yeah, especially when you do this. That will help a lot. Okay. Now we just have to fix this resizing as well. I hope there's some information out there for you how to do that, Charles. I mean, Arduino has been out for a while. It should be, maybe someone did that already. Let's see. Okay, so we have like apply, resize. Yeah. So we are trying to do the top one here. And I guess we'll just check if it works. Well, actually no, because we need to figure out, this is not the delta here. Well, this is the delta from that, but then we should have like the okay, so new position is gonna be entity position plus drag entity state. Or let's do like position delta. It's gonna be drag entity state start position plus delta. Oh, that's not like delta. I mean, wait. No, that's like the new position. So this is like the new position. No, wait. I was messing around with the binaries trying to optimize things. Okay. Interesting. But did you somehow connect into the programmer? Like, you could access... I didn't know that you could access it like that. Like a computer. Does it have files and stuff? I thought it... I mean... I don't know. I don't know. Turns out to mess up one bit, you reprogram the programmer. Did you access the programmer as like a... Oh, it has flash memory, okay. So you access the flash memory and try to change things there. I would never dare to do that. But now, yeah. I understand. Because yeah, it feels like it's super slow sometimes. Like why is it so slow? I understand the mission or the need. I don't know why did you do it? Does not need the as F32 anymore. You do need that, but if like you need it if the result is unknown, I guess, the result type is unknown. Here the result type is known because I'm saying this should be F32. So this expression is assigned to this location, and since we know the type, then this is also like you don't have. It's like we know what the type it should be. So you don't have to cast it. Or this float from int will know which one it is. However, if you say, for example, if you have this float from int, let's say this is this is an integer, and this is gonna be a float F32. But if you wanna say, I wanna just add, I don't know, 5 to this. Now, this is they don't know. Now Sig is gonna complain and say, oh, I don't know which. So now here you actually have to say F32. The type of this one is like comp time float or something, and that can be sort of coerced into any like floating thing. So you don't have to do it there, but you do have to do it there now, because it's like part of another sort of, yeah. So it's still, you know, a bit like that. But you can do sort of some small tricks like this to get it a little bit less in the way. Charles, I got a bit too overconfident, right? Happens to the best of us. I hope you're figuring it out. Let's see. Okay, so what's going on here? So we are resizing, yeah. So this should be like the, this is like the delta scale, I guess. Delta scale y is that, and then delta position y is that, or we can just say this for now. Okay, and then the scale 1 is equal instead to drag entity state, and then the original scale, which is start scale 1 plus the delta scale y. I'm just doing the basic case here, and then we're gonna generalize it later. And this would be the start position 1 plus the delta position y. Okay. The whole point is that we don't modify these with like plus equals or minus equals, because then you'd lose well, yeah, then before we kind of lost information from that. Now we should be able to calculate it like this. Incompatible types, I32, F32. Okay, so you are F32, and then this is I32. So I'm gonna do I32 int from float. That should be the best way, I think, to solve it. Oh, is it already done? Okay, let's try it. It's doing the move action, so also when I click outside, it's like canceling it, so I should fix that as well. Okay, that may... No. I think it's... I don't know why it stopped. Okay, you know what? Well, okay, so the drag action seems to not really work, or the calculation of which drag action we're supposed to be trying to do here. So let's see here. We get this rectangle. This is in world coordinates, I'm pretty sure. Maybe. Or maybe not, actually. Wait, it depends on this, though. This should be in world coordinates. And then we check if this... The drag start point, is that in world coordinates? Yes, it is. Okay. Yeah, is mouse. I mean, yeah, okay. We could use the same thing, I guess. No, we don't. No, because this translates to the world. Yeah. Okay, but this one. Wait. This one. No, that one. Yeah, does that. Yeah. And then drag start point. Uses this one. Which, I mean, this should really just be screen to world. Okay. And we don't need to do any weird matrix transformations and stuff. We convert it into our vector type. We calculate the scale. Okay. So that's a difference, like we're scaling as well. Not sure if we need to do that. Let's just see if, let's just okay, I'm gonna grab I'm gonna refill my coffee here. BRB. Okay, I'll try this. I'll just make one that is not scaled, and we will simply return that. That might be messing with our calculations. I'm not sure if I need that. I think also the scaling thing is pretty unnecessary as well. I mean, we could just use the camera zoom instead. It was kind of like a remnant of when I first started to implement this thing, and I thought that, oh, I want to scale up so the pixels look like they're larger. And then I found out later, way later, that, oh, I can just use the like railed camera to do it. I tried to even implement my own sort of camera system, but now I just use the railed camera because it works. It just works, and it's really good. And you can zoom in, you can change like origin and stuff like that. So, but now I get like a mix of scaling and, you know, and with the camera, so it's kind of hard sometimes to figure out exactly what you need. But we'll get there. Whoa. Okay, what's going on now? Okay, so maybe, well, okay. Let's go back. And okay, there's maybe probably something wrong then with this instead. So let's see. Get drag action. Okay, maybe we should sort of do some, like, if we know which one it is here or something. Wait, what are we doing here actually? Okay, we're looping through the points, right? We're getting the rectangle same way we're getting the rectangle up here, but this rectangle is get entities rect scaled, so it's also like scaled, and this one is just entity rect. I think this has to be like scale. Yeah, that's the same thing though, so we are calculating it at the same in the same way. And then we have this drag point thing, which we just check the collision there. Is mouse in, yeah. I don't see any difference. And then we have to drag action. Yeah. Maybe if we draw these, maybe we can see if there's an issue with this. But at this point we're not in sort of the camera context. We have to sort of, yeah, this is not in the same thing. We have to apply like the camera. Oh wait. No, there's this. They should both be like in world coordinates. I was thinking like now we're outside of the camera context, so maybe it's different, but it's actually not, because we're just dealing with the math straight up here. Like this is a vector, it is in world coordinates. This rectangle is also in world coordinates. We should be able to see if it's inside that. And this function works because we're using it here to draw and set the cursor. Maybe we could just set the action here actually. Okay, we'll try this instead. I will move these things over here. Okay, and yeah, we need drag action. We need resize action as well. Okay, now we go back to somewhere here, and as we're setting the cursor, we also set the drag action. So we need to go here, set drag something. Self document non-persistent drag action. Let's also add a get. We need to import drag action as well. Okay. Now, okay, so here we do scene document, set drag action. Oh, we don't have scene document here. Okay, well, I'll add it. Easy enough. Set drag action to resize. Actually, no, to drag action. There. Okay. And get drag action. So let's do this now, and we'll say if scene document get drag action we return that, otherwise we return move. But now we need to pass. Oops. We don't pass these ones, we say scene document instead. There we go. Because now we can make sure that we're actually doing the correct thing. Okay, we have something different happening. Okay. Interesting. Also, oh yeah, so we're not clearing the action either. So if it's not, okay, we'll have to do this. We have to say drag action is this, and if that is that, then we set drag action to this, and in the end we will set that to drag action. So if it didn't match anything, it should clear it now. So now we can do this, even though it did work before. Whoa. Oh yeah, okay. So right, because we're clearing it. Okay, yeah, we're clear. This is happening like each frame. I think if we are currently like dragging, or wait, if we have if we have a state, we don't. Yeah. If we're currently doing this, but if this is null, then we set the drag action. Oh wait, yeah, we do it down here. Because otherwise we're overriding it as we're dragging. But now we set it there. That should be better. Okay. Yeah. I mean, it looks like it sort of works, but well, for one, okay. It feels like the sensitivity is way off. I don't know. Maybe. Or there could be something wrong. Yeah, it feels like it's definitely like scaled or something. It's like turning it into grid coordinates, it looks like. It's like snapping to the grid. But it sort of looked like the position actually was kept. But the position has barely changed. The position goes up a little bit and the size changes. Oh, is it because the size is in tile size? No. If you look at the scale on the left here, it changes. Oh, it's a multiplication, right? Okay, yeah. I'm treating it as like pixels in my calculation, so that's probably what is the issue here. This is treated like pixels here. I need to convert this into the scale actually. Oh, okay. Is it, can I use like logarithms here? I don't get, but so the logarithm for it's gonna be base 10, right? Wait. Okay, let's just see. So we're scaling. So what would the result be? So let's say we move let's say the delta y is like, let's say the size y is 16, the delta y is 16, the scale y is 1, and that in this case the scale y should be 2, because yeah, it's gonna be like 1 plus delta y over size y. And we could try that maybe. But then also, yeah, we need like the size as well of the entity. Which should not change. The size is the same, so we could just use that. But that is stored in a different thing. Yeah, that's stored in like a different document. I mean, we could just get it, but it becomes a little bit. Or do we? I mean, do we need it? I mean, yeah, because we need to know, because this is in pixels. We need to know the size in order to know how much it will be. Right? So I mean, I guess the easiest would just be to store it at this point. I'm gonna do that. I'm just gonna store it here. Start. So entity size, which is a, no, that's just this. Okay. And this one is gonna be like entity type dot something, I don't know, size. Okay, it's like icon cell size. It's not really fit the purpose here, but it is sort of what's displayed on the screen, so that's what's important. But now we need a entity type as well. Actually, we need the entity size. That is kind of like, I'm gonna just say, well, do we have like in utils? I mean, we just have this, actually. We could just use this. No, we can't, because that is that's scaled with this entity scale. Wait. Default entity size. Here we go. This one we should use. No, we don't. I'm sorry. This one, scene document get size from entity size. This one is what we're gonna use. let's make like get entity size. But it's like not scaled. I'm just gonna say this. Okay. And then we have our entity. And we will return a vector. And we'll return this. I will move you out here. And you are get entity size not scaled. Alright. So now we can do get entity size not scaled. All right. So I think that the logarithms may work as well, but now I think we have, where were we? Like we have the actual thing, because then I don't know. I think this should work here, right? This should be like, well, this is gonna be like the start scale plus this is like the delta scale. Yeah, delta scale is gonna be delta y over size y, right? Now, is this a float? Yes. So the scale will be this over size y. And what is size y? Size y is drag entity state, entity size 1. Except this needs to be a float, and then we convert this as well. Oh, I see. That doesn't exist outside of the context, so there we go. 26. Oh, and this is, oh, is it like a floating? No. Oh, it's a Rayleigh vector. I mean, okay. Fine. And then here we have to now say I think we can just do int from float like this. All right, Charles, you do that. Thanks for joining. Oh, it's late. Where do you live? Somewhere east of here. Australia, I'm gonna guess. No, I don't know. There we go. I got one. All right. Melbourne. Okay, cool. Let's see. Okay, yeah, now it's running. So, does it work? Here's the question. Yeah. Awesome. Now we don't have like undo, so it's gonna be hard to. Well, I guess you can set the scale back to 1 over here as well if you want. So you can change the scale here. But yeah, that works. Okay. Now we just need to do the same for the other directions. But I want to find like a common formula for this as well. So, and I'm pretty sure you can use like some kind of like polar coordinates and stuff instead to get like a very generic formula. So this would be the direction of the scaling. Which is upward. Should we translate that to like unit X, unit Y or something like that? Let's start here. Oh, you did it, Charles. Nice. Nice work. Did you follow? Did someone else? Did you follow a guide, or did you? Oh, you found a binary file. Can you still access the flash memory? Is it like a file system on there? What did I want to do? Yeah, over here. Also, thank you for the follow. I'm looking at my Twitch stream manager here. Someone gave me a shout out to 14 viewers 3 days ago. I don't know what that is. Son of Hanu, but thank you. But that was 3 days ago, so it doesn't hear this, but yeah, I should really have this like open somewhere. Okay, well, let's see. let's continue here. So so let's see. So unit Y. Let's just set, I guess, to 1 or 0. No, 0. Maybe. And then top is. So could you calculate this? I mean, I'm just gonna set it to, I guess, -1. And then we'll do this, or just this. Oh, why am I typing Unity? But then this should still be negative there. Or yeah, fine. Okay, does this still work? I think we're pretty much. No, wait, that should not be negative. That should be positive. But this should be negative. Oh. Yeah. Let's make it F32. But then this doesn't work, so now we actually have this dilemma here. So we actually have to like do this, and here we have to say as. Well, actually, maybe if delta is a float from the start. It is. Oh yeah, this one. If that one is float, we can do float from it like this, and then we don't have to convert this, and we don't even have to say what you are. There we go. And that is size. Let's put this up here so we kind of get the sources there. Oops. Delta Y, delta scale Y, delta position Y. Scale 1, yeah. Okay. But this now, no, that's a scale, so that's floating, and this is integer, so this is like integer, this is floating. Sure. Okay. Oh, still something it complains about. Mixed scalar. Oh, right. So oh, this is, oh yeah, this is a vector like this. There we go. Yes, it still works. Okay, that looks weird. Should probably add like a maximum thing there. Like here is like minimum of, or max, I guess 0.1 or something. I don't know. No, let's just see. I mean, it doesn't make sense. But you can, I mean, even if you set it to 0, you can still you know, select the thing in the list and then set the scale manually if you if you really like, if it disappears. Oh yeah, and this needs to be like, wait, no, that actually did work. Oh, but we're still setting the position, I see. So the actual thing should be maybe delta is like, okay, well, I'm not gonna worry about that for now. But I think if we put this over here and let's get rid of this. So that's for y, but then we also have for x. But now we can instead treat this as a vector, 232, like this. And we have the delta. And this is like delta. Let's call this delta mouse. And this would just be delta there. And that's gonna be times the unit now. All right. Let's just put this here, why not? And then the unit is a vector to f32. We initialize it to 0. Here we're saying the 1 is that. Okay, let's see if this still works. Oh. Let's do that then. 787 mixed scalar. Oh yeah. So well, I guess well, you have to do like this then. Vector and then -2, -2. There we go. I mean, you could also do this. There we go. Okay, does this still work? Yes, nice. Okay, let's do the other ones. I mean, okay, they actually should start some sort of action here, but since unit is 0, delta is also 0, so nothing should happen. But if we do, let's try bottom and see if my calculations work here. It's gonna be interesting. Oh yeah. I mean, it sort of works, except okay, so what is happening? So the scaling works, the position is wrong, I think. Yeah, it should be pushed down. Interesting. So when you're scaling up to the top, the position is go also following upwards, but at a half the rate. When you're scaling down, it should be going down at half the rate. So if this is 1, this is positive, this is now negative, which goes up. If this is -1, this is gonna be positive, so it's going, wait, okay, I'm confused. Then it's going down. Wait, did it work for up? Yes. The position is now, it's like always in the center, right? So now it's going, so now the position is up there. But if I scale down, the position goes up as well. It should go down instead. I'm confused because we are inverting the unit here. We're scaling that by unit, so that so this should be like inverted. Wait, I'm confused. Unless we don't actually... Okay, I'm just gonna log out some stuff. Unit, delta scale, delta position. Oh, wait. No, because, oh yeah, I know what the issue is. Because delta mouse is now inverted as well. Because we're, okay, yeah. Because we're dragging down, that means we expand. But at the top, we're dragging up, that means we expand. So this is also inverted. Okay. So what does that mean for us? Like, do we divide? Do we just use delta mouse here instead? No, that can't be correct. Is it this? I don't know, man. We'll try it. Oh yeah, because yeah, we still need to do this part. Let's do that. Hey Charles. Nice work. Let's see. Oh, great. Okay, so maybe it's because we're dividing by 0 here. So we can't do that. I'm just gonna do this maybe like this, maybe. Wait. So delta 0 over unit 0, but only if it's more than 0. Well, if delta 0 is 0, we don't care either. I might do this in a very stupid way. I'm just gonna do it and see if it works, and then we can figure out some other way. If this is 0, we will just say 1, because it doesn't matter, because then delta 0 is 0 anyway. I mean, it's okay. No. Wait. We will do delta absolute maybe. Delta unit absolute, like delta times unit times the absolute unit. So this would be like delta mouse times the absolute of units. No, that doesn't feel correct. It has to be sort of inverted. Or is it? No, it is probably correct, maybe. Maybe, yeah, inverted, we just do it twice. I have no idea what's going on here. I feel like I'm doing a very weird calculation here. I think I love the ICSP protocol on all Arduino boards. I have no idea. Sounds cool. No? Okay. Okay, so it sort of works. It's just inverted. So let's just remove the negative. What game engine is that? This is my own thing. There we go. Now it works. Somehow. Cool. I'm gonna keep this here as an artifact. All right. And let's do the other one. Now I realize I could also map them to angles and get the unit from that. But I mean, this is more precise because then you're dealing with weird like pi stuff and floating point precision and stuff. So this is probably more correct actually, or more precise. Let's do. I'm gonna go around from right to bottom right. Right is that should be right, and then top right should be well, actually let's set the whole unit to 1, -1 top left. I wish you could align the cases because it's gonna be look better. Top left is gonna be -1 -1 left. Let's just do this for every. No, not this. So it's more uniform. Left, bottom left. Wait. No, this is 1. And bottom right is 1, 1. There we go. Yeah, I started out like when I started like, yeah, I want to make games, and I was like more. I've tried using tools, you know, Unity, Unreal Engine, stuff like that, but I always end up fighting against the tool and make it like it feels like, oh, I wish I could do this, I wish I could do that, but I never got into like you know, writing plugins and stuff like that. But then, so I just decided, you know, I'm gonna learn Zig, and while I'm doing it, I'm also gonna start build like my own editor and game engine and stuff. So yeah, I just started doing that, and now here we are. But you know, it's a long way from being sort of, you know, it's not really usable by anyone else than me right now. It is available, but on GitHub, but it's, you know, it's not really. It's more for programmers. It's not really for people who just want to jump in and start making games. It's more like a tool that it doesn't ship with the game engine either. It just the editor just creates a bunch of JSON files that you can import into your project. So it's perfect for if you're making your own engine, but you want to have like a tool that you can sort of visually create stuff in. So that's kind of the idea. Okay, let's see if it magically works now. Nice, I use C++ with OpenGL, it's pretty good. Oh, nice. Yeah, I mean, that's the classic choice. There we go. I mean, it works somehow. Cool. I feel like the anchor points are somehow, you know, if you click outside, it immediately cancels it. So I need to fix that. You know, so it's pretty annoying when you see that. Oh, now I'm resizing, but no, you're not actually. But yeah, the basic thing works. Awesome. Okay, that's gonna be a lot easier now to resize things like these ones here. You know, basically these are like hidden things. So I add this, you add this little pixel first. And it's even hard to sort of select it. I need to fix. I don't have like drag select or anything like that either. Okay. Yeah, this. There we go. Can I? Okay. No, that's. Okay, now I can't. Okay, I can't select it now because it. I guess because the rectangle is like wrong, like inverted, so there's like no real space to grab, I guess. But there we go. Now we can. Before I had to sort of manually type in the numbers for all of these different areas. Now I can change this more easily now. Well, I have to fix that. But yeah, this is. Whoa. Okay, I need to fix a couple of things here. I think it was grabbing like adjacent pixels in the texture or something, the source texture there. So yeah, and this I'm using like Zig plus Raylib. For the editor, I'm using also another library called imgui, or dear imgui. I'm not sure how to pronounce it really, but an immediate graphical user interface library. That's really nice, and you can easily sort of build up a UI from it. Yeah, and then I also use like because Raylib and imgui doesn't really mesh like immediately, so I'm using like what do you call it? Like a compatibility library as well for it. And what's nice about Zig is you can import C libraries without much issues, so that's also really nice. But I am using like bindings for Zig or for Raylib and imgui, but not for the compatibility library. So that's, I'm calling like straight C functions from Zig, so that's really nice. It actually has like support. You do get like types and you know, completions and with the LSP. At least if you're running, I'm not sure if they fixed it yet, but the LSP is kind of iffy for the latest version of Zig. It's not like the LSP is not supported by like the official Zig team. It's more like a separate project. So it's not released in the same sort of space. So but for 0.14 the LSP works pretty good. It should work for 0.15 if you like download it manually and install it, but for yourself. Also, I'm using ZVM as a like version managing, which works really well for Zig. Okay, let's see. So how would we fix that? Can we somehow calculate that delta mouse is not going like past? I mean, an easy way to fix the scale would be like just add this, whoops, like so now that it's fixed for scale, However, for position, it's gonna be a bit different. Maybe we could check like if... No. It would be nice if the delta position could be then determined by the scale, but or maybe delta, like when would scale be 0? It's gonna be when the original scale, we're gonna have to take original scale by into account then. Okay, this is the new scale, and then the actual delta scale is this, right? Okay, can we use that now? Somehow. Instead. I mean, no. Okay, let's check this like mathematically. This is so delta is this times the unit, and then over size, right? So so scale is delta times the unit, and then over. Okay, so let's call this C for scale, and well, okay, this is very programming. Let's do this. And then, well, actually, this might be confusing. There we go. And then delta position. No, this is the delta scale. There we go. Over size. I'll just call size Z instead. And then delta position is delta mouse times unit squared over 2. Okay. And then we have like the new scale is old scale plus this, but then this is like max 0. So when this goes to right, yeah, we have to take the original scale into account. I feel like a hacker now since I made a program to type commands emulating keyboard signals to the Arduino. Oh, cool. Is your Arduino running some sort of operating system that handles those commands or signals? Or did you write it yourself? Or some library or something? That's pretty cool. I was just at Mega 32U4 has native USB support. Okay, cool. Okay, so you're emulating like USB keyboard signals. Nice. Okay, so how does this work? The question is now, what is the new position here? Can we turn this into our new position? All right, have a good one. See ya. Thanks for joining. Let's see. So the I guess the position would never. The position works a bit different because the position is like an absolute position. Scale is more like it's sort of relative. You could say in a way. So that makes sense to set the maximum to 0, or I mean the minimum to 0. But for position, you can't really just say max 0. That doesn't make sense. You have to sort of, I guess, work in some sort of relative system. Maybe I'm overthinking this. I mean, there's probably starting to see there's probably like a super easy equation to this, but what if this is? Wait, so you have a starting point, right? You can still go towards. You can move depending on the size of. Because what I'm thinking is trying to utilize, like, okay, if this goes to 0, then we stop. How can we simulate that? How can we translate this into this instead? But then, yeah, so this won't end up to be 0, but it will end up to be some sort of limit. The position will have some sort of limit. that it can't go past, that is related to when this goes to 0. So would it be like max and then this sort of magical thing, the limit here, and it will, I guess, depend on like max and min, depends on maybe the direction you're in. But there's some point that we can't get past. Right. So I'm gonna call it mystery point. Max or min point. And then this is like, this is just gonna be like old point plus u squared over 2. Okay. I had some sort of red thread here, or that I was following, but now I kind of lost it a little bit. Right, so when this goes to, when this equation goes to 0, this, it also, this equation approaches this. I don't know, man. This is becoming too mathy for me here. But there should be some sort of like thing here. But like, wait. The thing that's changing is this, right? And this. These are the only thing that changes. This changes. Well, it changes based on this. This is basic. Okay, this is the only thing that changes here. So if we write it in terms of this, maybe that works. So let's see. First, let's remove that. And we'll divide by u. There we go. Okay. And then we also have that. I'm not sure where I'm getting with this, but it's fun to me. I like doing these weird things. Okay, and then we times by 2, so this is 2. This is 2 OP. And then we can say over u squared. So we've got 2 equations for this guy. Okay. Is that helping us in any way? I don't know. So what's this telling us? Like the negative original position times the size over the unit? This is strange. Negative 2 original position over unit squared. Wait, does that mean that this... What? No, okay, this has to be something weird here. Does that mean that this is equal to this? No, that can't be correct. Like the... How could you get the size from the position? That doesn't make sense. Well, this is like the original size, original position, yeah. Okay, yeah. So we have like a common way of getting the... No, the delta... Okay, no, we're missing something here. The delta is the mouse position minus the starting position. Okay, what is this? Original position times 2, so a negative. This doesn't make any sense to me. Well, okay. It feels weird because this is sort of feels like this is the result. No, wait. Yeah, this is the result here. Max original position, original scale time, or plus the delta scale, which is this. I mean, I guess it mathematically checks out. But how can you equate this? This doesn't make any sense. I guess if OS and OP are like variables in a system. I don't know, man. I don't know what the hell I'm doing here. I was trying to find out a way to sort of calculate, like when we're resizing here. I'm gonna show you. It takes so long to compile for some reason suddenly. Why is it compiling the other one? Oh. Yeah. Let's use this here, actually, data scale. There we go. Okay, I just thought of something. Maybe we can use it. But anyway. Oh, okay, that didn't work as I thought it would. But the whole point is this. You can see here, well, it kind of resets itself anyway, but when I resize, I don't want to be able to go past this point. And you can see, sort of see why there. So that's why I'm trying to calculate. I can't calculate it in terms of scale, but not in terms of, because that's just easy, because scale is like the minimum is 0. So we just say that that is 0 actual delta scale. Well, what I want, no, this should be new scale. There we go. Hey Abbreviated, how's it going? A minimum size. Yes, so we're using scale here for this. So now I can do this, but I don't want to be able to go past this point. You can see the scale is minimum 0 here. So the scale is actually correct. But I'm also calculating a new position based on the resize. But the position kind of doesn't have a limit to it, so it kind of floats around like this. So what I'm trying to do is calculate in the same equation, like how can we calculate the position based on that, or yeah, calculate some sort of limit for the position as well as I mean, one way to do it, I wanted to sort of use to use the equations to do that. I mean, I know probably one way you could do it is just say, okay, we have these anchor points, basically. Well, these are not really anchor points. This is like unit coordinates here, but you do have the anchor points. So you could just say that, okay, we shouldn't go past the anchor point in the direction where. So you can have a point and a direction. And so the position is allowed to be. Wait. Do we have that already? Let's say this is 1. Well, this is like a, so. Let's say you're doing to the right. Now the delta position that you can't get past, or the position of the relative position you can't get past, is going to be the left side of the. So it's basically, yeah, the left position. Why do you want the position to change? Well, it's because of how the positions work. So here, the position of this entity is here, the center point. The center point is here. And so how I scale it here is like, you see the center point changes based on how I scale it. But it would still be an issue if the position was up here, because sure, if I rescale it like this, the position doesn't change, but if I do this, the position does change. And if you go down like this, you have to have like a stopping point there. yeah, the position is center. So I think position is center makes it easier actually to calculate because, yeah, I think the equation becomes a little bit easier actually. Maybe, actually, maybe it's not that much of a difference actually. But let's see. So yeah, I was trying to figure out here how can I, because I have this these equations here. So we have like, this is the delta sort of mouse position here, mouse position minus the start drag position. So that's the delta mouse, how much you've moved from the drag point to the current mouse position. Like when you left click, hold, drag. Then we have like delta scale is the delta mouse times a thing I call unit, which determines the direction of the resizing, and then over z, which is the size of the sort of original entity sort of rectangle, which is not the same as the scale. The scale is like, it just starts at 1, 1. But the size of the entity also matters here. Which could be like any pixel size. And then scale is just scaling it up or down. So I might have this more like inconvenient by using some sort of scale. But I think having scale is convenient also in other ways. So but you know, I could use, you know, just a size instead and have it like pixels, like in pixel format instead. But I don't think that's the issue though, maybe here. If the maximum scale was 2, I mean, yeah, so if the maximum scale was 2, I could just add a min here. And I would say 2. Like this. So now it's like, this is the desired sort of scale, but we're clamping it. Is there like an at clamp? No. There is a math clamp, but I'm not sure if it works with vectors. It probably does, but so then we clamp it basically between 0 and 2. So this is how you would do it. But the position is still an issue. Entity.position does not refer to new scale at all. Yes. So that is the issue. I need to figure out how to calculate. You can see now the scale is maximum 2. So yeah, but the position still changes. Wait. There we go. Oh, so you can format it like this if you want. Okay, interesting. Yeah, so what I was trying to do is trying to figure out a way to correlate or like find out if you could calculate sort of the limit of the position based on this limit for the scale. And so here we got the new scale is max 0 for original scale plus the delta scale, right? And here's it's kind of expanded a little bit with delta times the unit over the size. And then I found this weird equation where if you remove the delta and you have this weird, like I isolated delta from this equation like this. And then I did it for the position as well. But these are basically, they're not related, but delta is still, you know, it's the same. So then you could equate these things, but I'm not sure what this means. It's like the original size or original scale times the size has over the unit has something to do with 2 times the original position over unit squared. I don't know. The clamping logic needs to be the same for delta position and for new scale. Yeah. I'm trying to figure out how to clamp the position. It's like the position can still, the delta position can still get negative and positive. It can go both ways. It has like, okay. It has like a limit. And I have one idea how to fix it. It just feels very non-mathy. But basically, my idea was that you could have, you have these anchor points, right? And so if you have the anchor point up here, if you're resizing from down here, you just make sure the position never goes past the sort of mirrored anchor point up there. Right? Man, it's really wiggling around here as well. And the same thing here. If you grab here, then this should be the limit for the position in that direction. It's like it's a directional also thing. Yeah. So that's quite, but we do have, like, in the scale equation, there is a limit that we can see, like when it goes to 0, right? So I was thinking that maybe you could sort of correlate somehow or put the two equations beside each other and find the limit for the position as well. So that was what I was trying to do here. I was trying to sort of look at different setups here, and then I found this weird thing. I'm not sure what this means. Let's see. Yeah, and this is like new position is this. So yeah, basically we want to limit the delta, as you say, we want to limit the delta position in the same way as we limit. So hang on. Okay, wait. Let's check when this equation approaches 0 then. So when is this 0? I think I want to isolate D here then. So we will do D times U over Z is equal to negative. I mean, it's the same thing, right? Really. Yeah, it's this, right? I'm just doing that. So when, okay, I think I know what it means. When D is equal to this, that means that this equation is 0, right? Is that correct? Let's verify here. So this would be negative OS times Z over U, and then that times U over Z. Okay. So over U times U cancels out. and then z cancels out, and then this cancels out, so that's 0. Yeah. So when this is true, then it's 0. Or, I mean, when this is equal. Okay, so when delta is this, we shouldn't okay. But how do we know which direction to limit? Well, I guess the delta could be limited then, maybe. Well, no. But I think we've got something here. Yeah, I think if we can find like a way to limit the delta to this somehow. But how do we do, how? So this is positive, right? So it goes from positive to negative, but D can be negative. So if D is like negative enough to make this 0, then this, okay. But that doesn't make sense. Or does it? Because U needs to be in the equation as well. I guess if we do this, it makes more sense, maybe. Yeah, because here we have U squared. So we can use this one. Maybe. But that shouldn't approach 0 though. I think here, yeah, when this up, so when this, but now this is negative, so this has to be like positive. But that's not always the case, though. This is weird. I'm not getting anywhere. Go ahead, please share your idea here. I think I'm close to getting some sort of equation here, but I'm gonna refill my coffee. I'll be right back. Did you have an idea there, abbreviated? I'm not sure if my ramblings here make sense. So D is like delta mouse position, MP mouse position. Well, I don't. So DS is like delta scale, delta position, new scale, new position, and so on. Z is size in pixels. Alright, then, so okay, yeah. Yeah, thank you. That would be really helpful, I think. And then U is like the unit vector. Position origin in the world, yes. It's the center point of the entity in the world coordinates. And yeah, so you could think of the mouse position is also in world coordinates. This is like we don't have to translate anything like that in this equation right now. So everything is world coordinates. And MP is this mystery point that I'm trying to find, like the limit to where the position cannot go past. But then it's also like dependent on the direction of where you're resizing to, which is the weird part here, I think. Maybe you know, it can be simplified using vectors somehow. I mean, I am using vectors, it's just that I'm kind of thinking of it in X and Y as well. So I can write a function that takes first mouse position, current mouse position, object position, and return the new size and position. Yes. So what this function is, this function has the original position and the original scale or size, or yeah, I'm using scale. So I have two parameters that determine the actual size of the entity, which is like the entity size that is sort of defined. I mean, let's say you have an entity, it's 16 by 16 pixels, but then you have a scale, and if the scale is, you know, 2, then the resulting size would be 32 by 32, but we still have the original size like in the data as well. So you have size, scale, and position. Can we write a function for size first and convert it to scale? Sure. How do you mean? Do you mean in the math equation, or should I write it for scale directly? I think writing it for scale makes sense because I'm using I want the scale, not the size. It's the scale that I'm gonna change. So I need the scale is gonna be like the end result is gonna be new scale and new position.
Are you my chat GPT? I really want to figure this out as well. It would be really helpful to get like an example of how it could look. And I know there's probably, you know, a Googleable solution to this, but I'm trying to. I like finding the math equation as well. So entities have original size and then a float scale. Well, yeah, it's a vector float scale. Yes, it's both x and y. Yes, they have an original size like 16 by 16 or 32 by 16 or something like that, which is static, you could say, for this for the purpose of this function. You can change it, but then, you know, it would change. You have to go into the entity type document and do it in another place. But for this purpose here, while resizing, it's gonna be static. Okay. Yeah, thank you. No problem. Okay, well, in the meantime, I'll try to figure this out. Would be really cool to get the... there has to be something with this. You have the delta times the unit is equal to this. Whenever... Yeah, whenever that is... whenever this is sort of equal, then we know that this equation is 0, and that's the limit. So this equation goes from positive to 0. Now that is a clue there. But it also, like, it's sort of inverted by u here. Maybe it is easier to do this. I was just thinking of how to... translate somehow into here, but maybe we don't need to, because we are checking for d. Sort of the limit here would depend on, like, what if these like positive or negative. There's some limit to d when this is equal to this. This is the limit, but then which way would like direction is the limit is the question. We could just try. We could try to work that out. Actually, now, this is quite interesting. So let's just say d here. So we have negative entity. Let's see, where is this? Size, yeah. So this is the size. No, this. Wait. D is equal to, no, original scale, that's right. So that's drag entity state start scale. And that is a floating point vector. We times that by the size. That's a floating point vector there. And then we divide by the unit, which is also that. So that's D. Well, it's not D. It's like when delta is this. This is the limit. So delta limit. Okay. And now the only thing we need to know is what is the approach, like which direction is the limit gonna sort of, how is it gonna work, in which direction? So let's say you're just dragging from bottom right, then the limit would be at the top left. So that means the delta can go negative. So that means we have to say, I'm gonna call it max delta limit. That means we have a max delta limit, and D is delta mouse. But we can't divide by unit because it can be 0. So I will say this. I will do this. Now we have to know that this is times the unit. So we can use delta now instead, because that's also times the unit. I think that's how it works. And then we have min delta limit, which is this. Now the question is, which one do we use? Is this even feasible? Because it could be different as well. Like if you're dragging the bottom left, the limit should be top right, and that is like positive in the x, and so we kind of so here we can just take the inverse of the unit. And then what? Okay, let's do component wise here. So let's do max delta. No, let's do like delta limit x if inverse unit is -1, then we should use, then it should be max, I think. Max delta limit 0, else min delta limit 1. Now if the unit is 0, the thing doesn't really matter, because the delta, that dimension won't change anyway, would always be 0. Now what would this be? This would be like start scale is always positive, so this would be negative. This would always be negative, which is weird. I mean, maybe it's not that weird actually. But we probably want this to be positive, because otherwise my brain is gonna hurt too much. I'll just do this. No, maybe. Okay, let's go back. Let's keep it like that. Don't mess with negatives and stuff. Let's do limit y. This is, there we go. And what max what? Max of delta. Okay, so the actual delta is that. Maybe. And then, all right, and okay, now these guys will be calculated using that instead. Although this is weird now because this is like times the unit again. I mean, I guess maybe we can just use the actual delta, but I guess that's just times the unit, so we'll just do this. And then delta scale is actual delta over size. Sure. Okay. This is gonna get interesting if it works. I'm expecting this to just explode into some weird result. Okay, looking good so far. Oh my god, does it actually work? No. Okay, I think I picked the easy target first. Okay, there's something weird with it sort of works. Okay. I picked the one that actually works first, so that's funny. It does work if you do this. But the rest is doesn't work. I think it's like collapsing into 0, 0. Right. I think it might have something to do with like the unit is like 0. Oh wait. No, because if it's 0, it shouldn't matter, right? let's just try adding this thing here. If inverse unit 1 or 0 is 1, we do that. Otherwise, we do like 0. Inverse unit 1 is 1, else 0. Okay, does that do anything? Okay, that works. Oh, that works. Whoa. That doesn't work. Okay, okay. It fixed something. Whoops. It did fix something. Let's see. It fixed basically all of these ones where the position, I guess, at the positive direction, maybe you could say. But as soon as you do this inverse, it doesn't work. Okay. Interesting. So it seems like it works when we use the max here. I think. But when we use this, it doesn't work. I mean, what if we just change this to max? This doesn't feel correct, but I'm just gonna try it. Because it really feels like you should have like a direction to approach it from. Okay, it works somehow. I must be thinking wrong about this. It just feels so weird that the delta would have like. Maybe it's because we're using like the unit. Man, I always forgot about. I did forget about the mouse position. The mouse delta changes polarity, you could say, depending on the direction as well. So it kind of always it works itself out actually. So I think I have it. The actual delta is max, the delta limit, and the delta, and we don't even need to look at. I mean, I think we do need to look at the unit though. Maybe we need to square with the unit. Yeah, let's do unit squared here. Because that was sort of no. Yes, no, yes, no, yes, I don't know. We'll try. We'll remove this, yes. I need to fix that. Oh my god, yes, it works. Oh my god, I can't believe it was so simple. Now that I look at it, it's like, yeah, we have the starting scale times the size, okay? That's like, now we're in pixel world. That's just the limit. The limit is just how many pixels negative, but then we also take like the direction into account here. I mean, I knew there had to be some sort of simple thing for that, but okay. Sorry, abbreviated. I figured it out. I'm not sure if you can hear me. All right. Wow. Okay. Well, I mean, this is just out of position. Okay, so I was thinking of it. Okay, there was something I was thinking of simplifying, but I think it was already done. Does it work still? Yes. Nice. All right. I'll try one more. Top left. Yeah. Okay, cool. That works. All right, nice. Great. Now what? I want to fix this issue where you have this anchor point, right? Well, for one, it kind of, I want to expand it a little bit. It doesn't feel like a square here. It feels like it's like expanding downwards or something. I don't know. But if you are over here, you can see, oh, I can resize now. No, you can't, because it gets deselected and the thing disappears. So I want to fix that. And that is gonna happen in the handle input thing. So first we do a bunch of stuff. We have the select tool, and so first we handle like select entity. I think we want to do dragging first, actually, because that is going to cancel this out. Actually, I think what we'll do is we'll say get drag action. If that is something, we just return. That should fix it, I think. Because that is like populated as we know. Okay, here's like, okay, now we get that. Okay, but it doesn't do anything. What? Oh, because we enter the drag action in here. Okay. Deselect. Okay, we'll do this. If we have a drag action, we actually want to set the drag state. And then we also know that we have a selected entity, so we can get that. Otherwise, we want to do whatever we're doing over here. I wish there was now like an else for. I mean, I guess it is if you do this. Else for. Else for is like also in this if. Does this work? Because else can follow a for, because if you don't break, you go into the else. If we break, then it just goes out of the for. It doesn't run the else. But if you don't break, if the for loop kind of runs out, it goes into the else. I think they're gonna remove that functionality. I'm not sure, but this is kind of weird. I don't think there's any other language. I'm not sure, but that has like if, but and then else for. And I know this is not really like an else for. I mean, I guess else if is not really one statement. It's like the else statement, and then what is the expression in or statement here, which is this part. Because you can't have an else else, so this else has to be part of this for here. I don't know, maybe it's confusing. But now, if we have a drag action, we know that we can do a drag thing. So we will set the drag state, yes. Yeah, that all checks out. Now we could put this into like its own function here. So like set drag entity. I don't know. And we can put, we need entity. And we need the context. We need the editor. Scene document. Oh hey, abbreviated. I figured it out. Sorry. Oh, you're not done? Yeah. It was actually a lot simpler than I thought. Also, now we can get rid of this. I can show you if you want to see. Let's see. Get mouse position. I mean, sometimes it's like you get lost in the details, and I don't know. It's sometimes it's just like I have a hard time figuring it out while I guess looking at. I mean, I guess it's kind of like when overlapping like math with code. I don't know. Maybe I painted myself into the corner as well. It's like, but I think what messed me up was this unit stuff and the direction of things. But really, what we have is a limit, which is defined as this here, and the important part is this, where it's just like the pixels. This is just the size in pixels of the entity, right? But it's negative as well because you know, never mind. And then we also do like units squared because of we wanna cancel out the zeros so we don't get some weird results there. But really, the important part is just this is just the size of pixels, because the delta here is we're using like the delta mouse, so that's also pixels. So this is just the amount of pixels that you are supposed to be able to move in the wrong direction, I guess, before everything breaks. And so then it's just a max of this and that, and that's it. Yeah, unit is, yeah, because unit is always like 1 or -1 or 0. If you do abs, let's see, if you do ×1 ×1, nothing changes, so that's equivalent of doing nothing. If you're doing -1 -1, then you just also go back to nothing, but you do 0. Yeah, that's true. That is true. This is the same thing. Yeah. I don't know. I was also in looking at the abs before, but I was like, well, it's, to me it's easier to think about unit squared right now, just canceling the negative out. I don't know. Anyway, now yeah, so I was like figuring out, okay, do I have to use max sometimes and min sometimes? But it's actually just max at this point, because that sort of directional part is in unit, which is already sort of accounted for. And so this turns out, this just works itself out here. So it's really simple actually here. Yeah, I was just having a hard time actually understanding the equation here, because of the, you know, different anchor points and directional thing of it and everything. But I think I kind of removed the idea of direction here, and we just have like, yeah, the maximum is like some kind of thing here, and we don't really care about direction at this point. Okay. Congrats. Yeah, thanks. It is actually, yeah, it is nice to figure it out and to do it yourself. I do enjoy math. I would say I'm not, you know, I didn't major in math or anything like that, but it's like it is I do enjoy indulging a little bit in the equations sometimes. But I like programming more. So let's see. This would be set drag entity state for this guy, which is the selected entity. Now, is this the same as this, is the question. I think so. It's just entity size, get mouse position. Yeah, it should be exactly the same. But instead of entity, selected entity, it's just entity. There we go. Okay. Let's see if this works. It's easy to go get overwhelmed by detail. Yeah. It's like the I think the thing that tripped me up was having so many different anchor points, and they had like different directions. And that was kind of like, oh, but what about this? What about that? And yeah. Edtiro. 663. Oh. Yeah, of course it was copied. Okay. Now if I click outside, there we go. Okay, yeah, that feels way better. So now it doesn't matter if I click outside, it won't deselect. If I click inside, it will But then if I click out here, it is like, okay, now it actually feels like an actual editor. Once you can do this. Okay. What if you do it like on the edge there? Yeah, it still works. Okay, nice. Another thing I would like to have is like if you shift click, or if you shift do this and shift, hold down shift, I might want to have like a grid, a grid, how do you say it? Also, I don't like how it like wiggles around, especially if you zoom in like this, because it like, yeah, I'm not sure how to fix that. I think if we use like floating point numbers instead of integers, that would be a lot better. It even like if you do this, a lot down there, no, it still stays there. It just feels like it's increasing sometimes. But yeah, the grid position, like if you hold shift, it will sort of snap to grid size or something like that, or maybe multiples of the original size, maybe. Not sure. Let's do tile size, because I'm not gonna. The thing is, I'm scaling this guy up, but this is not really the kind of thing that I'm gonna scale up. It's these things. It's gonna be one of these, because they are what I'm trying to use, and then it makes a lot more sense to hold shift to scale by the tile size. Because they're supposed to sort of cover the tiles. Right, so back to the equation. Well, I guess the equation might not need to change. Maybe, question mark. So, well, actually, if the input delta mouse, if the input like mouse position changes, is snapped to the grid, then this whole equation still holds. So we could just do that. So we don't need to change in here. However, it is kind of calculated in here though. Grid snap position. What I will do then is I will move this out to here, perhaps. And that should still work. That's... But is this the same as the mouse position? Hang on. Delta is drag start point mouse minus this, and then this is this plus the, no, this is the entity position. Right. Okay, because I need two different things then. Here, this guy needs like the needs this, while this guy needs this. Okay, now I'm I'm confusing myself again. Maybe it's better to just do it separately then. Okay, let's go back. There we go. I will copy this. Now this will be the drag start point actually. So actually this is just mouse position. Okay. And then this is gonna be, so this is like, I guess, input position. I'm not sure what to call it. We're left shift, then we use the grid snap position, which is kind of inverted behavior from the other way, but yeah, we should invert this behavior as well. Actually, this should be grid snap position and then position here. There we go. And then we'll use input position instead of mouse. Okay. Will that work? No. We need context. Okay, it compiles. Nice. Yeah. Now this is the like default, and then you can shift to snap. Okay, and then resize, and then you can shift to snap as well. Cool. Does it go back to like 1-1? No, it doesn't. Okay, maybe that's. So if it's 1-1, it should go back to like 1-1. I'm not sure why it's not doing that. Why it's doing like some weird small offset. Does it depend on the mouse position maybe? Yeah, it looks like it. Like when the drag started. Or where the drag started, I mean. Okay. Okay, yeah. If we're snapping, then the mouse, the drag mouse, the drag, the start position, the start point, drag start point, should also snap. What the hell? How is this now a yellow thing? Okay, whatever. It still doesn't know what a relief is, so this. Okay, well. Usually it's just white. Anyway, if this is a thing, we will say grid snap start position as well. which will use drag entity state, drag start point, entity type. Oh, maybe that's also an issue? No, this should be like, oh, to entity position. We don't need to do that. We just need to do this. But I think this should still be correct. Start point. Actually, maybe it doesn't matter now. Let's try that. Yeah, now it's white. It okay. That didn't work. This is the position. We got the tile size. We divide this by 2 grid position. Wait, no, and then we have to scale it. Right. I mean, let's just create a convenience, I guess. Snap position to grid position. There we go. So first we will get the grid position, which is position to grid position. What is going on over here? Like -2, 2 divisor. Tile size. We're dividing the divisor by -2, 2, and then we're dividing it again. I don't know what's going on here, but apparently it works. Let's see, this is the grid position, and then we scale that by the tile size, which is context.tile size. Get tile size. So this would be snap position to grid position. Okay, well, it's still a bit off. I think we might have to do this then. There we go. There we go. Now you can see at the scale there, it's way more. Yeah. Interesting. Well, yeah, okay. So it's because this is a multiple of the tile size. So that's why we're seeing that. So that works way better. Cool. And now it's way easier to do these things. We put it over here. Okay. This is also an issue here because the tile map is a certain width, and for like even or odd numbers, the sort of alignment here is off. So, but yeah, I have to let's fix that, because that's like the last piece of this puzzle here. I mean, you could just do this very easily now, actually. It's way easier to move things now, because before, they kind of snapped onto the mouse position. Now you can grab onto anywhere to move it, which is a lot nicer. Okay. I'm just thinking now, how do we fix that? I mean, it's gonna have to be the snap position thing. Is gonna have to take into, like, either we draw the time map differently maybe, or position it differently so it can't be positioned. But that's gonna be all sorts of trouble with like resizing the time map and stuff. Like right now, you can go to the time map and edit it. You can even change the size. But if you change the size, like you can draw out here, for example. Now if we go back to the scene, everything is still in the same place, even though the time map has changed. Where is this? Foreground. And so we go back here. Now you can see it's over here, but all the entities are at the same place, because we're kind of recalculating the position of all the entities based on the new size of the tile map. But I don't think, like, undo doesn't work, I don't think. No. So now I undid that, and this is messed up now. So undo, redo doesn't really work yet, but that's a whole other can of worms. But yeah, it's not as, it started to become a little bit more complex. It's not as simple as just shifting the position a little bit. So maybe we'll cheat, perhaps. Well, cheat is maybe a strong word, but the snap position, this guy, like, do we want to take the time map into account here? Because then this can basically only be used in the scene thing. I think so. I think we could also just add this function here, and we'll return utils snap. But now we also want more information, I think. So also this should be, now this one is kind of curious actually. Like, why would we need this whole weird thing here? I don't think we need this here. I think we can just use the snap directly. We don't need to know the entity type. We just, yeah, I think this is like ancient spells going on here. The position is gonna be position there, I think. Okay, let's just see how that works out. Okay, so it's still like off a little bit, but it, you know, it's still it doesn't really sort of affect. I mean, the snapping still works. I didn't need it, the other thing, but we're gonna have to take into account sort of the size of the tile map, I guess. Okay, we're gonna need a scene document here. Or actually, yes. Yeah. So we have the time map ID. Is this the only place where... I mean, we're drawing it. We're drawing the time map somewhere. Oh yeah, we're drawing it from there. I see. Okay, so we get the time map ID. This might actually not exist. I think, yeah. It's a null. It's an optional to a pointer that is optional. What did I do here actually? This feels very strange. Oh yeah, it's because there's like two layers. Because the time map, okay, so each scene document can have one time map, and the time map is stored in the entities list, but it might not actually be there. So at that point, we return null. However, if we do have it, then the time map ID is stored on the entity, but that might also be null. Yeah, okay. I think I did it way more complicated than it had to be. Okay, so get time map ID. This might not exist, so then we just no. Well, yeah, we can just return this, I guess. So this will be like the default. It's gonna be this. Let's do it like that. This is the default. We'll return that. If that doesn't exist, then we will check. So now we get a pointer to an optional, right? So if we have a pointer, then we do this, and then or else return default as well. Actually, let's no, that should be fine. So it's very strange incantation here, but fine. Then we can get the timer document by, whoops, is this in this file? No, it's not. By requesting from the context, we request document by ID, a time map with this ID. If we don't find it, we return default. Okay. So now we have a document, time map document. I'm also working blind without LSP help here, but we should be good. I'm working off memory here. Time map document. So now we have the time map document. Now we need to, let's go here, and we should be able to get the size somehow. We can get the time map. Yeah, here we go. So we get the grid size. Okay, and now it's like, okay, if is it like gonna be like, if it's odd, we adjust it a little bit, right? If Is there like a standard function for that? No. No. Okay, but we can do grid size mod to, I believe this is like a vector, so this will be like a vector here. It's an integer vector. If so, actually we could calculate. So we'll do like default. Now we have this. So it's 0 if it's not odd. It's 0 if it's even, 1 if it's odd. So we will do plus and then times. No. But we can't have halves. Oh no! This doesn't work because we're returning an integer. Man. I should just have everything in floats. Why did I do it like this? No. Hang on. That does no. This is actually no. It's times. So we'll do a half step. It's gonna be tile size times or over 2. And let's just assume that we can exactly do that. Now this is gonna be an issue if someone decides to. This is gonna crash if someone decides to pick a tile size that is odd. So maybe it's not a good idea. Let's, I guess, floor. Sure. So this will be times the half step. Yeah. Okay. Does it work? Is another question. I feel like I'm missing. I feel like I'm forgetting about something here, but you need the scene document. Do you really need the scene document? Yeah, for the time app. Okay. Fine. No, you don't need it. You pass it here. And now you actually need this. Oops. Scene document. Should really have like I should have done this a bit differently here. I should have had like a very common sort of context just for the scene editor, just like so you don't have to pass these things around. Like I learned this lesson in the other product, like in the game code, where it's like, yeah, if you have a context like that, it's way easier to pass things around. it just saves a lot of time. Having to type out those things every time, if you just pass it every time. Okay, we're out of those things. I really feel like I'm missing something here, but we'll see what this is resulting in. Okay, what's your issue? Expected optional. Oh, is this like a crashing thing? Oh yeah, no, this is like an error as well. So we have to do like this. There we go. I think. Yeah. Mixed scalar and vector 2 or no vector 2. There we go. Yeah. Let's see how this will be. Okay, well, it seems to snap correctly, I guess. Yeah. Look at that. It aligns perfectly. But this doesn't. Sad face. Okay, so I guess it depends also on the size of the entity. Yeah, I think it depends on the size of the entity here. If we change the size to 64 by 64, I'm pretty sure it will align. But now I add 16 to 1. Now this guy is like odd. So we have to take into account both of the time map and the size of, like, okay. Oh wait, I know why. It's because of the position is the center. So it's like if you have an odd number of tiles, the position is gonna be like half, like in the middle. If you add a tile to the size, you're only adding half a tile to the position. So maybe actually the thing is, the position is correctly snapped now to the tile map, and we can test that also by, I mean, I'm guessing here, we can test it by adding 1 to the tile map width. So we're adding 1 here. Now we go back and see if this still snaps. It snaps correctly. Okay. The issue is that the center point can be half a tile, even if it's aligned like this on a grid. The center point can still be like half a tile. If you have like 2 tiles, if you have 1 by 1, the center point is in the middle of, like, the center point of this square. Let's say we make this into 1 1 here. Now the center point, here you can see the center point is aligned to the sort of one of the corners. But even if the center point was aligned here, the center point is like in the middle of this. But if we increase this by like this, now the center point is on one of the corners. So the grid, I guess, kind of have to have maybe like, maybe we can fix it by just having we're halving the grid, the cell size of the grid, actually. I mean, that would solve every issue. Then we don't need to worry about the size of the time map or anything, right? Yeah. Okay. I think what we'll do is we'll change this to not worry about the context. I will add... Okay, let's just have like a grid or cell size. Okay, I would just... I don't know what's going on here. I think it has something to do with going in the negative. This is only used here, so I will change this to that, and then this would be the cell size instead. Thank you, thank you. Post self. Now we pass in cell size instead, and then this would be times the cell size, and the only thing we'd have to do now is make that like when we oops, when we, yeah, so we will have the tile size is this, but then the cell size is going to be this over 2. And I guess we will have to do like a floor as we did the other place. And now I don't think we have to do anything actually here. We just return this. Hey Charles. Welcome back. Yeah, that was actually a very simple solution again. Now it is snapping to the grid, but it's like half the tile size. So now it's like it doesn't matter if the center point is in between or the size of the entity or whatever. We can always find the snapping point that we need. There we go. Wow, that was a lot easier than I thought, and also super huge quality of life improvement, because before it was so I had to like yeah, you don't want to know actually. Okay, it's, but okay, nice. We don't have to pass in scene documents, so let's remove that dependency as well. Yeah. Great. All right. What's your Arduino project, Charles? What's the? Is it just playing around, or are you making something cool? Or I mean, yeah, you could do that both of those things at the same time. Would this also help with aligning this guy? Well, it's 1 pixel off, but I can do that, and then. Oh man, I really don't like how it sort of moves like that. I wish this is also like, yeah, it does start. I appreciate that it doesn't start immediately, but I wish it started maybe when you're zoomed in. Or maybe I should just reduce the amount of pixels I need to travel before starting to drag. I just don't want to accidentally drag something when I just want to select it. But I should really like reduce that here. This, let's call this, this is gonna be like drag or distance to start drag, and then it's gonna be like squared, because that's how I do it here. And then that is a sort of thing here. This is, well, now it's 5 pixels, but that really didn't feel like 5 pixels. I made a mouse. It uses D-pad style input. Cool. D-pad style input. How does that work? Like you move the mouse and it outputs like directional input? Like, wait, what did I, oh yeah, no, that still feels the same thing. Let's change it to like 2 maybe. I use buttons and it moves the cursor. Oh, is it like a, so it doesn't have like it's not like a normal mouse that you can move, you just press the buttons. Okay, this is way better. So put it there and then I can, but it's still like kinda. Oh yeah, it would also be nice, like you can see here, like to have whenever you drag something to see, I think GIMP has this as well, like when you drag something you can see the relative position of from where you started to where you put it. So if I drag it 1 pixel to the left, it's gonna say -1 0, and that's also really helpful. Okay, but I think those improvements, that was kind of what I set out to do. So during yesterday's stream and today, we've kind of done a lot of quality of life stuff. Well, I say a lot, but it's really only like, maybe you could count it as 2 features, basically. One of them is this. We have these devices that can be connected to other entities. So basically, when you activate this, it's gonna also activate a whole bunch of other stuff, which you can see now in these things here. Another thing we did was highlight the entity that you are selecting there. We can also hide this so we can see what's behind as well, and now we can also click on things that are behind here. We don't have like drag select, that would be nice to have as well. What else do we do? Yeah, the resize, awesome. Yeah, the fixing the positioning and stuff, like all of these very nice quality of life stuff. What else oh yeah, so one thing that I would like to fix as well is like how you connect these things. So let's say I want a door. So here's a door, and I want a button, and now I want to connect the button to the door. So I will go in here, select the button, and there's a property here, which is an entity reference type, and I can select, I can set entity, and I go in here in this view, and I will click on this guy. Now it will kind of show up here, so you kind of see, this is very rudimentary here, but you kind of see which entity you're selecting here, and then you can press accept, and then now they are connected here. Okay, but I want to improve this a little bit, so I want to, because for the fog of war stuff down here, let's show these again. Okay, now if I'm selecting this guy, or let's do the button actually, and I want to select one of these down here, I can't really see what's going on. So what I would like to do is I would like to sort of highlight the entity that I'm currently selecting, and now when I've also selected, it would be nice to sort of show that as well, because you don't get a lot of information here. Fog of war, also the fog of war is like one pixel, one black pixel, so the preview doesn't really show much there, but that's what I want to do. So let's start with that. And we do have like convenience function for that. Oh, do we have like a major leak? No, we don't. Okay, I don't care about one-time leaks nowadays. Okay, so now let's see. We go into the scene. No, wait, where is this thing? I forgot what it was called, maybe. Well, it's gonna be in here, and then it's gonna be like something. No, wait, it's the property editor, I think. The property editor, and then we have like set entity. This opens that, which does something. We set this to open. So we should have this, okay, and we're calling this, I guess, somewhere. And then, right, so here's this window that we're talking about. And yeah, let's look in here. All right, Charles, but that's kind of cool. What, do you have an idea of what you're gonna use it for? That would actually be like one of the convenience things for this editor is also, I want to add, like, you could use the keyboard. Like when you have an entity selected, you would use the keyboard to move it. Like the and that would be one use case. I'm gonna implement pressing the key buttons though, but let's see. All right, so maybe I'll just remove the preview. In that case, that's not really needed if we have it highlighted. We're also like drawing the whole, we're drawing everything in this ImGui window, which is kind of different from what we're doing outside when we're using Raylib, pure Raylib to draw it. Here we're drawing it in the window. Now where is that happening? Right, this is a combo box for the scenes, so you can select different scenes. Here's the scene document to be drawn, okay. Right, so we're looking at if we have this, or this, I think this is the preview maybe? And that's still the preview, I think. Here it is, render the scene. Okay, we're drawing the entities. Yeah, that's all we're doing. So in here we should also draw the highlights as well. So this would be like draw set entity reference highlights. And we probably need all usual stuff. Well, we do need the scene document to be drawn as well. It would be nice to get the actual I mean we need a thing. We need the actual entity that we're dealing with. Where is that? Okay, so we're kind of doing this. That's the scene. Let's go over here and check. Whoops. Set entity window scene target entity target. Okay. We need this one. How can we get it somehow? Oh, that's different. Open set entity window now. Okay, we just want to get this data here. So maybe we can get the entire thing here. Oh, here it is. No, it's not. Selected entity. Set entity window selected entity. Entity target. Oh, I see. That is like the container for where it should be. Okay, so this is the function we need. My original plan was to make the world worst mouse, but it isn't too bad. Okay. So you didn't succeed in your endeavor there. That's too bad. But you did get a cool mouse there out of it. Wait, where do I want to? What do I want to do? Okay, here, yeah. Selected target. Scene document to be drawn. Wait, how do we get that actually? No, that's gonna be like, no, this is it. That's gonna be the selected target, but that's the ID. Yeah, that's the ID. If we don't have it, we will just return. So this is like the ID, right? And then to get the actual entity, we will go to this guy and say something like get entity by ID. And we have the ID there. So now we have that, but that might also be null. So, or else return. Yeah, you failed successfully. That's right. so we got the target. Now we should be able to get the rectangle. Which now we get context and entity. Hopefully we don't reach into like the document or anything to get this. Now it should be fine. Default size. Scene document get size. No, that should be good. Yeah. All right. So now we have that. Actually, you know what? Does this take camera into account? I don't think so. No, so this is in world coordinates. Yeah. So it makes sense to not take the camera into account. Yeah. All right. So now we can actually we'll just draw like some rectangle here. I would like to have some cool sort of texture, like drawing a bunch of maybe like I don't know, a bunch of lines or something, like angled lines. Also like drawing maybe angled lines that are sort of inverted of the original color. That would be a bit more involved. Okay, you need context. You want, yeah, I think like that maybe. Okay, will it just work now is the question. No. Well, okay, yes, it does work. But I wanna change the texture a little bit. This could be like lines or something. And this is interesting. Do we have the camera available? Yes. So we can also put the camera in here. Doesn't need to be a pointer. Camera. And we can use that somewhere here. All right. Let's make it green so it's like mimicking the other style. Yeah, and then I'll remove the preview there as well because we don't need that now. No. Where's the preview? I think basically all this is like preview. This one maybe. We'll do that. I think if we don't have one selected, I do still want a text here to kind of keep the same layout. Not selected. So that the whole window, or yeah, the whole layout doesn't get pushed out. Preview value. What is this? Document short name. Preview value. Oh, that's just for the combo of the scene, right? Okay. I was like thinking like the preview when the one that you have selected, but that was not the case. Okay, so now when you select something, it doesn't like push everything down, which is nice. Yeah, cool. Great. That is a lot better. Also, another thing is I want also like if you hover over the thing, I want also to draw a highlight. So this would be, well, this would actually be like draw set entity reference selected selection box or something. Let's just put this here. Now I wish, oops, I do want to, yeah, if you do get this going, you can just tab to get the correct name if they're named the same, which they usually are. Okay, and then I also want to draw hover highlights as well. Now we have like get hovered entity. Oh yeah, we can even say which document it is. However, this should really not take the editor. This should take like the camera, because that's what we're interested in. So I think we'll change this to camera. There we go. And we can say editor camera instead. Oops. And now we can pass the camera instead, and the scene documents. And this is a nullable, so we get the entity out here, and we can draw the box for that. And we can make that like yellow or something. Alright, now we need a context, bunch of stuff, camera. Yeah. Select the target. No, this is entity. There we go. Oops. Cameras and documents. And is that it? Okay, we'll see if that works. There we go. Question mark. Yeah, okay. I think it's because of it treats this point as 0, 0. I'm pretty sure. So we kind of have to work out the position of this window here as well. Actually. So that is okay. So maybe we could put a offset as well here. Let's actually... this is using this function here, which just gets the mouse position and does that. Okay. Okay, let's get the entity rect. Is it scaled? So this is not scaled for some reason as well. Okay, let's not do that then. So this is the entity, right? That's in world coordinates, right? So we get the mouse position. Yeah, we'll just do this like this. And then we have world mouse position is going to be get screen. What was it? Screen. That, except it's not actually that, because we have to now add the offset as well. I'll just make this into a Rayleigh vector for convenience here. So we add the offset. Wait. I think we'll subtract the offset actually. Okay, well, we'll figure it out. So that is that. Then we can say is thing in rect. Let's give it this one. Sometimes it's just easier to use these functions here. Is point in as rect. What? Oh yeah, because we have labels and stuff. That's right. Okay. Man, okay. Yeah, we have like a label. You can have like a point. Which can have a label, so you can click on the label to select a point as well. But well, yeah, fine. Okay. Okay, but that point is different. This is like. That's world coordinates. That's the mouse position world coordinates. This is the Rayleigh point. Okay, that's the same point, right? It's just that this is like a Rayleigh point. So this is world mouse position. This is also world mouse position, but different. There we go. Also, this is entity rect. All right. Does this still work now is the question. I feel like I'm forgetting something here. Yeah. Offset. We need to provide an offset. So this, I mean, technically we could use this function as well, I guess. We could provide an offset here as well. This is that. Yes. Fine. And then you 0, 0. I don't know. I don't remember if there's like a convenience function for that. Let's see. Also, oh yeah, it would be cool if we could draw the current references as well. Because then you can see which ones you haven't picked. Or I mean, which ones you have connected already. Okay, well, anyway, so let's do this first. Where did we have the thing? Draw, set, entity, hover, highlights. There we go. We can actually just use draw mouse over highlight. Oh, but okay, wait. You don't actually need the editor, you need the camera there. Let's change this to camera. You also don't really need the editor, you need the camera as well. There we go. Is that it? No. Yeah. All right. So we passed the camera. Scene document is yeah, that should work. So this would be the camera, and this would be just scene document, and the offset is now what we need to supply here. So we need to pass that in here. Off. Okay. Well, actually, we probably have the offset here. No. Okay, let's see if that works. I'm not sure if the cursor is like relative to the window or something. Oh. Expected type. Documents found store again. There we go. Should SIG automatically dereference? Maybe that's a bad thing. Yes, so let's try this again. No. Did I do something weird? Oh wait. Let's see. Think I did like add and subtract. Maybe it's add. Don't think so, but or maybe it is. No. What if we move this up here? Yeah, now it's more correct, I guess. How is that like? I should be, it feels like the scale is wrong. Yeah, it feels like there's like scaling missing here. I'll go back to subtract, I think that's more correct. And then, yeah, this should be definitely be scaled now, I think, yeah. There we go. We move this over here, then it doesn't work all of a sudden. Okay, maybe it is. Wait, let's try again. We have to figure it out. Maybe it is add actually. It has to be in there somewhere. Maybe I have to scale it as well. No, that doesn't seem correct. That does not work. Offset, multiply, or scale, and I have like context of scale, I believe. Yes. Which we should really remove that entire concept of having that, because that's just it just adds unnecessary complexity. I should really like when I have the flow of that, I should just rip that out of this thing. What? It's not even a float. I mean, it does make sense because it's scaling pixels, I guess. In some way it makes sense, but I need to fix that. Okay, that does not work at all. If we have it up here, it sort of works. Okay, but now If we move this a little bit. Wait, it still feels the same. This is like over here. Okay, and if we move it, this is still, no, it's not over there anymore. Fumbling around is what we do here. Wait, do we want to scale? Let's think about this instead. I don't think so. It depends if the entity no. Did I try add? Oops. No. Add. No, that doesn't make sense. I don't think scaling makes sense. Because if we do this, right, and this is up here. Now this is sort of, wait, but this is kind of way off though. Okay, I think one thing that it could be also, okay, now this is like more correct, I guess you could say. Now the offset doesn't seem to matter at all. Okay, let's think about this. So we have the mouse position is somewhere here, but relative to this, it's like up here somewhere. Right? So it feels like now we have this going, which looks correct, you know. So we're kind of treating this as being up here now. Why is it so hard to figure this out? It might also be that the offset is actually not, like, it might be that the offset is now, it's like correct, but where is it here? Also, we don't really need to, I guess we don't need to like pass the offset in, we can just get it directly. It might be that this is like not correct. I'm gonna log that out. and we'll see what it actually is. Or there's something wrong with my calculations. That can also be very, very possible. So now it should be closer to 0, and then we move away, I mean, a couple of hundred pixels or something. And we can see here that it's probably relative to the window, so that's not correct. Alright, that's like relative to the window. Okay. What about the window position? I think there should be something like this. Or maybe window position, yeah. So window position plus the cursor. And I can make this into vectors and do plus, but I just want to get this to work here. Now we'll see what this is. Okay, that just works now. Okay, cool. Great. All right. Turns out that this was relative to the window. That's good to know. But that works now. Okay, cool. And we can also do like vector to or vector to f32. If you just set the type, I think this should work, because this returns like an array, so it's kind of automatically casted into a vector 2. I mean, it is the same thing basically. And now we can say that the offset, I'm just gonna call it v is this plus that, and now we can do this. I really need to build in more like conversions between the arraylib. Also, usually I have like, well, in the game code I have way more support for that, but not in the editor, unfortunately. Okay, so now that is way better there. Yeah. Also, it, as I said, it would be nice if we could draw the current selected ones, especially if you have a situation where like this, where this is already referencing a bunch of these. Oops. Should we do that as well? I mean, we're on a roll here. Why not? Hover highlights. Let's also do referenced highlights. Should basically be the same thing. We don't need the offset anymore. And well, I think we do need both, maybe. Now we need like, we need the, oh yeah, we need this. So this is used to get sort of the current entity's references, and then this is used to know which ones it should be. But hang on, actually, same document. I'm pretty sure. Okay, we get an entity here. We don't really need to have the entity be part of this document, actually. Yeah. So actually, what we can do is let's pass the entity here, which is gonna be what? It is going to be I guess it's like the selected entity. Yeah, let's just do that. Selected entity is fine. Let's just pass the scene document in there. We can get the selected entity from that. That should be fine. Alright, so let's copy this, I guess. And this would be that. So we need context camera, scene document to be drawn, and that's it. Alright, so we get the selected entity. It's gonna be this. Then we are going to say references is to be drawn dot get references. Get reference entities. We're going to defer free those, and now we can loop through those. Actually, let's actually yeah, we're doing this. We could do the same. We could use the same thing here. Oh yeah, we're going through all the selected entities. Well, that's fine. However, we should also have like the scene document to be drawn here as well. It could be a more general pattern to do that. So this is like scene document to be drawn. Get reference entities. And then we draw the entity box. And instead of editor, we just need the camera again. Oops. All right. Now you will just put the same document twice. And now we can use this function over there very easily. So we don't really need to do all this. What we can do is we can draw something highlights. And that should be it. I mean, we don't really need this function, I guess. We can just do that directly. Okay. There we go. Now we can see. Oh, it's got all these, so we're done. Now, if I select this guy, for example. Wait, I can't. No. Oh, there's something wrong with the selection. Yeah. So, let's fix that. Actually, because that's annoying. So when you click in this window, we don't actually get the correct position. Let's see. How are we doing this? Where's the the left click? It's here. So here we could use, I guess, a common thing as well. Handle select input entity, but that uses the camera. Oh yeah, so this is the same issue here. We need to worry about the offset of the camera. I think here, yeah, I'm trying to offset it here, but it doesn't work if you're zoomed. So wait, but can we just do this then? Camera.zoom. Or is it divided by the zoom? I'm not sure. No. Let's try divided by the zoom. Very hacky way of doing things, but whatever. There we go. Now it works. All right. Cool. So yeah. Well, let's say now we're targeting this. Okay, we can see it here, but that's not correct. You can't even activate this thing. So I'm gonna target this one because we can see that it's not selected. So there we go. Way more convenient now. Okay, nice. I haven't actually changed anything in there, so I don't need to save. But yeah, well, I think that's gonna be it for today. I think done a lot of improvements here, but I need to go now. So yeah, very cool. Like the resize, you have snap to grid. You have movement is way better, dragging things along, resizing snap to grid, or I mean moving snap to grid as well. I don't feel like I'm messing things up. If I accidentally move something, I can easily get it back like that. Yeah, really, really nice. Seeing all the references like this, extremely good. There are a lot of improvements I want to do to this resize, or not resize, I mean the reference stuff as well. So, but baby steps, baby steps. All right, cool. What else did we do? I mean, I guess that's it, but it's like a really nice like quality of life improvements. It's gonna be way easier, way nicer to work with the editor to add more things. Yeah, but yeah, thank you very much for watching. That's gonna be it for this time. I have to run now, so see yourselves out. Thanks for joining me. Hope you have a nice day, and I'll see you later, hopefully. Bye bye.